But it cannot be all of the above because it is simply impossible to be all of the above. Because these different types of investments, business activities, and commercial transactions require and demand different kinds of expertise. Sa demokrasya, hindi bawal ang mangarap. But under a democratic system, the people can demand that their policy makers be realistic. According to the president of the Foundation for Economic Freedom, they are investing blind. They don't even know what the business plan is, and yet they're investing. So that's really a problem. It's not very clear what it's really for. On another point, I'm concerned that the Maharlika Investment Corporation attacks the independence of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. This measure turns the Constitution on its head as it negates the independence of the BSP. Article 12, Section 20 of our Constitution provides that the Congress shall establish an independent central monetary authority. The members of whose governing board must be natural-born Filipino citizens of known probity, integrity, and patriotism, the majority of whom shall come from the private sector. They shall also be subject to such other qualifications and disabilities as may be prescribed by law. The authority shall provide policy direction in the areas of money, banking, and credit. It shall have supervision over the operation of banks and exercise such regulatory powers as may be provided by law over the operations of finance companies and other institutions performing similar functions. Ito yung water. If this MIC is indeed created, then the BSP will for a long time, if not forever, be tied to it. BSP dividends will go to the MIC as the national government's capital contribution. Dividends come from profits and the BSP earns profits from its operations. Ang kita ng BSP sa Maharlika pupunta. Imagine, the BSP, which is a government agency mentioned in the Constitution, shall now be considered as working for the MIC. Should this be the new function of the BSP, making money for the MIC? We should relieve the BSP from the pressure of making money, since this is the least of its concerns. Another point of observation, the BSP, our central bank, is to be capitalized at 200 billion pesos. The MIC is to be capitalized at 500 billion pesos. So sino sa dalawa ang mas mahalagang institusyon ng gobyerno? On revising the BSP's capital, the BSP was established on July 3, 1993 as our country's independent central monetary authority pursuant to the constitutional provision which I just read and Republic Act number 7653 or the new Central Bank Act. On February 14, 2019, RA 11211 was passed, amending RA 7653. The charter amendments bolster the capability of the BSP to safeguard price stability and financial system stability. The amendments were made to provide policy direction in the areas of money, banking, and credit, and also to maintain price stability conducive to a balanced and sustained growth of the economy and employment. Under Section 1 of RA 11211, the capital of the Bangko Sentral shall be 200 billion pesos to be fully subscribed by the government of the Republic of the Philippines, provided that the increase in capitalization shall be funded solely from the declared dividends of the Bangko Sentral in favor of the national government. For this purpose, any and all declared dividends of the Bangko Sentral in favor of the national government shall be deposited in a special account in the general fund and earmarked for the payment of Bangko Sentral's increase in capitalization. Such payments shall be released and dispersed immediately and shall continue until the increase in capitalization has been fully paid. Section 51 of the proposed measure provides that a portion of the national government capital contribution shall be sourced from the BSP dividends. For the first and second fiscal years, upon effectivity of the measure, the BSP shall remit 100% of its total declared dividends to the national government, but for the purpose of the capitalization of the MIC. In the succeeding fiscal years, the BSP shall remit 50% of its total declared dividends to the national government for the capitalization of the MIC, and the remaining 50% to the national government to fund the increase in the capitalization of BSP in accordance with law. Mr. President and my dear colleagues, just a few years after the enactment of RA 11211, we are now revising the method of capital accumulation of the BSP to accommodate this Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. Can the BSP maintain its mandate of price stability conducive to a balanced and sustainable growth of the economy and employment in the next 2 years that it is going to remit 100% of its total declared dividends to the national government for the capitalization of the MIC? Are we consciously changing our minds? Does the BSP need this capital or not? I thought the timetable in the law increasing the BSP's capital was important. Mr. President, likewise in the proposed measure, the MIC is prohibited in whatever manner or device to invest in areas that are explicitly prohibited under existing laws and convention to which the Philippines is a party. Unfortunately, not a single law or convention has been mentioned. It then becomes open for everyone to argue what should be considered a prohibited investment. I have noticed that there is also no ceiling in the fees and charges incurred in the establishment and effective management of the MIF. Ceilings are important because it prevents unfair advantage and the charging of exorbitant fees and charges. However, in the proposed measure, third-party fees and all charges in connection with the establishment and effective management of the MIF, such as custody fees, transaction fees, clearing fees, and management fees payable to external fund managers shall be charged against the MIF without any ceiling. Sky's the limit, Mr. President, and this might lead some to conclude that it would be nice to be friends with the people running the MIC. I also take no comfort in the statement that there are auditors. I understand that auditors play an important role in ensuring transparency and accountability. In the proposed measure, the Committee on Banks decided to include the engagement of an external and internal auditor as one of its safeguard measures. However, I take no comfort with this idea of an external auditor. Bakit? Let us go back to our experience with Pagcor, which is another government-owned and controlled corporation. Pagcor failed big time in this external auditor mandate. Pagcor hired Globalcom RCI as the third-party auditor for Philippine offshore gaming operators, POGOS, under a 10-year, 6 billion peso contract. It took the Senate Committee on Ways and Means under the eagle eyes of our chairman, Mr. President, to discover that this external auditor tapped by Pagcor was unqualified and not doing its job. It was practically a fly-by-night operation which submitted falsified bank certifications. Lusot sa Pagcor, GOCC, pero mabuti sa Senado, nahuli, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, let us learn from this Pagcor scandal that the presence of an external auditor does not absolutely guarantee the protection of our interests. I also find the penal provisions a curiosity. I have wondered from the very start why we are putting up this MIF. Why are we touching the funds of the LBP and DBP, which are already in their balance sheets and being managed by their own risk management teams and boards of directors? Nananahimik na ang perang ito. Meron ng in-charge dito. Tapos ililipat pa natin sa bagong ahensya ng gobyerno. Paano kung, dahil sa laki ng halaga ng pera, paano kung merong matemp o matukso? E di, may makukulong pa. Then I noticed that the bill's penal provisions do not provide for jail time. Wala naman palang makukulong. The amounts of the fine stated in the bill look on paper to be humongous. The fine is up to the tremendous amount of 5 million pesos. However, if we realize that frauds in investment schemes can amount to billions of US dollars, then the amount of our fines now look puny. Will the possibility of a 5 million peso fine deter the criminal mind from taking advantage of an illegal payout to the tune of $5 million? $50 million? I want to make it of record that I am not interested in sending people to jail, especially when it is unnecessary. By not enacting this unjustified and unneeded idea into law, we take away the temptation and the opportunity to commit a financial crime. Let us avoid the scenarios which make possible the criminal violation of an unnecessary law. Also, I believe it is the better policy to disable legislators who belong to the Congress which approves this bill and to all the Congresses thereafter from benefiting from this Maharlika law. Legislators should be disqualified from working directly or indirectly for the MIC, investing directly or indirectly with the MIC/MIF. Neither can the MIC invest directly or indirectly in corporations and other institutions linked to legislators, directly or indirectly. I have stressed the phrase directly or indirectly dahil gusto nating pagbawalan ang palusot. And why include future Congresses in the ban? Because there is a Joint Congressional Oversight Committee, the MIF-JCOC. We have also noticed, Mr. President, that a lot of the details are left to the IRR, or the implementing rules and regulations. It is well settled that the rules and regulations, which are the product of a delegated power to create new or additional legal provisions that have the effect of law, should be within the scope of the statutory authority granted by the legislature to the administrative agency. It should not be the other way around, that the IRRs are greater than the law. The proposed measure allows the crafting of powerful implementing rules and regulations capable of doing the following examples. First, on the rewards and incentives, the criteria for the grant of rewards and incentives shall be determined in the IRR, including the formula for the computation of any amount that will be granted to the board of directors, officials, employees, and staff of the MIC. Second, on the duties and qualification of the Chief Investment and Operating Officer, the CIOO shall be appointed by the board of directors and terminated for a term as provided in the IRR. There's something wrong with the phraseology, Mr. President. Hindi ko po mistake yan. I am quoting from the bill itself. Third, on the financial reporting framework, the financial statements and reports shall be prepared upon the advice of the advisory body in accordance with the pertinent provisions of the measure and its IRR. Another one is on the appointment, election, and termination of membership in the board, which shall likewise be provided in the IRR. It is interesting to note that the Treasurer of the Philippines, in consultation with the founding GFI, shall be the one to promulgate the necessary rules and regulation for the implementation of this measure. I thought that the Treasurer was supposed to be merely a member of the advisory board, Mr. President. IRR should never be greater than the law. This would amount to an undue and invalid delegation of legislative power. And then another troubling point, Mr. President, on the GSIS and SSS funds. This Maharlika Fund proposal started on the wrong foot, and the proponents were forced to suffer a retreat. Their first versions wanted to raid the coffers of the GSIS and the SSS as the source for the initial capital of Maharlika. When the owners of the funds objected to this proposal, the proponents agreed to remove them. A clever move, as the opposition from the contributors of the GSIS and the SSS, who are the government workers and the private sector employees, abated. While they removed the forced contribution from GSIS and SSS, they inserted a sentence that would allow these funds to invest in Maharlika voluntarily as long as their boards agree. Section 6, last paragraph of the proposed measure states, under no circumstance shall the GOCCs providing for the social security of government employees, private sectors, workers and employees, and other sectors and subsectors, such as but not limited to the government service insurance system, social security system, and home development mutual fund be requested or required to contribute to the MIC. However, Section 12 of the measure allows voluntary investment. It mentions that other GFIs and GOCCs may invest into the MIF, subject to their respective investment and risk management strategies and approval of their respective boards. Additional investments may likewise be sourced from investments of reputable private and state-owned financial institutions and corporations in the form and under the terms and conditions that the Board of Directors may prescribe. Hindi pwedeng pilitin, hindi pwedeng hingan, pero kung kusa at voluntaryong magbibigay, tatanggapin naman. I thought they listened to the concerns of the public, but they executed a clever maneuver, and the danger is still there that the conservatively managed pension and retirement funds of our retirees from the government and the private sectors will be entrusted to the Maharlika Investment Fund for riskier placements, or in other words, for gambling. Mr. President and my dear colleagues, I have reached the part where I share my conclusions, Mr. President. While the MIF may have been presented to us as an appealing proposition with a noble intention, that is to boost investment and grow our money, it carries significant risks that the Philippines cannot afford to make. The overall risk is too great that it outweighs whatever the potential benefits of the measure are, if there is any at all. With our current fiscal and economic situation, we cannot afford to make a 500 billion peso mistake or even a 75 billion peso mistake. This will be a costly mistake that will be paid with our people's hard-earned money, representing their blood, sweat, and tears. Although a mistake like this can also allow others to lead a lavish lifestyle, if you know what I mean. The implications of the proposed Maharlika Investment Fund are simply too great for us not to do anything to stop it. The following are good grounds to reject the Maharlika Investment Fund Act. These are the reasons why the Philippines should not establish a sovereign wealth fund, or a state investment fund, or a state-initiated investment fund, or a national investment fund, or however way we might want to call it. Number one, the Philippines is a developing country with a large and growing population, and we have a number of pressing economic and social challenges that need to be addressed. Establishing a sovereign wealth fund, or the MIF, would require the government to divert resources away from these more immediate priorities, such as poverty, malawak ang kahirapan ng ating mga mamayan, hunger, kakulangan sa pagkain, debt, utang, quality education and healthcare, murang pabahay, kuryente at tubig, jobs, trabaho, and reducing inequality and injustice, among others. Number two, the Philippines is not a major exporter of natural resources such as oil and gas, which are the main sources of revenue for many sovereign wealth funds. This means that the Philippines would need to find other sources of funding for its sovereign wealth fund, or the MIF, which could be difficult and potentially involve taking on more debt. Number three, there is no surplus, no budget surplus, no trade surplus. There is no windfall revenue or profit from anything at all, which will serve as the funding for this MIF. We cannot even point to the underlying asset for this MIF because there is none. The Philippines, number four, the Philippines has a history of corruption and mismanagement of public funds, which raises concerns about the transparency and accountability of a sovereign wealth fund, or this MIF. There have been numerous instances of government officials misusing public funds for personal gain, and there are concerns that the sovereign wealth fund, or this MIF, could be used as a means of disguising or concealing corrupt activities. Number five, the Philippines is already facing significant economic challenges, including a large and growing budget deficit, high levels of debt, a weak currency, and high inflation. Our fiscal space has shrunk. Food production is very low, yet smuggling is very rampant. Establishing a sovereign wealth fund, or this MIF, could further strain our country's financial resources and increase our dependence on external funding, which could make us more vulnerable to external economic shocks and market fluctuations. Number six, we should fund the budget instead of the MIF. Come to think of it, the MIF bill is, if not an insult to Congress, an indictment of the budget process. The proponents of this MIF bill would rather have an unelected 9-person board of directors meeting behind closed doors in a conference room the Filipino people cannot freely enter, decide on the approval and funding of big-ticket mega infrastructure projects, rather than the elected members of Congress whose proceedings are open to the public, covered by the media, and even live-streamed. The MIC can change the landscape of our country without the participation of the people's elective representatives. Why should we in Congress allow this to happen? Number seven, the current version of the MIF has too many inherent inconsistencies, not to mention the very difficult to understand paragraphs and sections in the said bill. Number eight, too many details are left to the IRR. Hence, we have no idea how the MIF will finally look like and how it will be governed. Number nine, the creation of the MIF could undermine democratic principles in the management of funds and weaken democratic institutions, for transparency and accountability are compromised in the MIF. We should not forget that transparency and accountability are the foundations that allow democracy to thrive. Number 10, since the MIF will invest domestically and can partner with private business interests, the MIF can, in effect, choose who will be the winners in our domestic economy. We must therefore always be on the lookout for favoritism, crony capitalism, and unequal treatment in violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. Number 11, I submit that before we can decide on establishing the MIF, we have to first answer the prejudicial questions which I have raised before. Like, number 1, is it economically viable? Number 2, have both Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines been subjected to sensitivity tests? And number 3, are we proceeding with the proposed merger of the Land Bank and the Development Bank? Number 12, if the MIF is really being established for the Filipino people, including the future generations, and the proponents are so confident that the expected high returns will be realized and will really redound to the benefit of the Filipino people, then I propose that the law establishing the Maharlika Wealth Fund be submitted to the Filipino people through a referendum. In short, the creation of the Maharlika Investment Fund, the MIF, will be more harmful to our economy, country, people, and our future than if the fund had not been created or were not to be created in the first place. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, the decision to allocate billions of pesos to the creation of this MIF or the Maharlika Investment Fund is a matter that should be carefully considered and reviewed by us. It is important to consider the potential risks associated with this measure. We should not rush our consideration of this bill. Allow me to quote the President, not the Senate President, the President of the Republic, when he was interviewed about the MIF. Ang message ko sa Senado, suriin ninyo na mabuti para maganda ang batas natin. Hindi naman dapat imadali dahil napaka-importante bawat salita na ilalagay mo dun sa batas na yun, may kabuluhan yun. Kailangan talagang pag-aralan ng mabuti. Malaki naman ang tiwala ko sa mga senador. Alam nila ang kanilang trabaho. Pag-aaralan talaga nila ng mabuti yan. And that's the process. Tama yun. But ako, sa akin, mas importante na maging tama kaysa sa maging mabilis. So, kailangan gawin natin tama. We have to get it right. Getting it wrong would be a very bad mistake. Those are the words of the President. So, my dear colleagues, in the Philippine Senate, President Bongbong Marcos addressed that message to us. Tayo po ang kausap ng Presidente dyan. So to close, Mr. President, so thank you for the time that you've given me, Mr. President. To close, according to a former high-ranking central banker, okay, the Maharlika Investment Fund, or MIF, proposal is the madness of some people. I therefore object to the proposed establishment of the MIF, or the Maharlika Investment Fund. I take my consolation from the thought that the Filipino people know another meaning for the letters MIF, and that is that this madness isn't forever. And before I end, Mr. President, I move that the measure under consideration, the bill attached to the committee report, be referred or recommitted to the proper committee, which is the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises. So thank you, Mr. President, and my dear colleagues, for your time and attention.
Mr. President, I would like to place on record that this representation is objecting to the motion on the floor, Mr. President.
Before we, there's an objection, but we recognize Senator
Mr. President, point of order, Mr. President. Before we act on the motion, while I sympathize with our minority leader, Senator Pimentel, with respect to his desire for this bill to have been referred to another committee, the period within which to ask for a reconsideration of the decision of plenary has long passed. Ilang beses na rin nangyari sa akin yan nung ako'y nasa Kamara at maliwanag ang rules na kapag lumipas sa 24 na oras matapos may pagpasahan ng plenaryo para makahingi ng pagpapalit ng desisyong yon, hindi na yun maaaring gawin lalo na makalipas ang ilang buwan na So although the vote will most likely be carried by the majority, it might not serve as a good precedent, Mr. President, Your Honors.
Yes.
Respond.
Yes, sir, Minority Floor Leader.
Actually, Mr. President, this is not a motion for reconsideration because when we first tackled that on the floor, that was theoretical. Ngayon, we see the bill before us. Nini-discuss na nga natin. That's why we have
Actually,
the
actually,
bill with us.
Mr. Minority Leader, we already placed that on a vote. We voted on it already. It was already acted upon. So I think your motion.
That
is
was on the
academic.
that was on the first reading, Mr. President.
I think not on the first reading. Was
Yes,
it on the
that-
first reading?
That was on the first reading, Mr. President. So this is not an MR on that motion during the first reading. Ito na, meron na po itong committee report with an attached bill. Yes, first reading. I know what I did, Mr. President. So we were discussing it on a theoretical level. Now we are discussing a very specific bill. That's why the motion concerns this very specific bill attached to the committee report, Mr. President.
But just to answer to give a short manifestation, many bills that are tackled in certain committees, once they are approved, the committee reports are finalized, even by substitution, sometimes umiiba na yung laman. Eh. Diba? It's not necessarily, for example, what could have been a tourism bill, after going through several amendments in the committee, it now becomes an economic zone with tourism potentials. I mean, and of course, you can, no one has objected to this particular first referral. So, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there was a motion, just to recap, Mr. President, there was a motion filed by the Minority Leader, which this representation objected to, and the distinguished gentleman from the province of Sorsogon raised a point of order, Mr. President. And so, I believe, Mr. President, that with the indulgence of the body, the proper
Course to take.
course right now is for the chair to rule on
Divide
the
out.
point of order, Mr. President.
On the point of order,
Because, Mr. President, before you rule on the point of order of the distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon, I too would like to reiterate for the record, Mr. President, while we note the Minority Leader's objection on the committee referral of the Maharlika Bill, this matter has been deliberated on, debated upon, and voted on by the body sufficiently on January 25, 2023. And to recall, Mr. President, this bill was referred to the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies because its purpose is to create an independent investment fund. So I just want to put that on record before you make a ruling on the point of order raised by the gentleman from Sorsogon.
we'll recognize first Senator Risa de Veros.
Hindi ko sinabi. Basta sinabihan lang ako.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. While I would also like to reserve to interpellate the turno en contra of the Minority Leader, I would also like to second the motion of the Minority Leader. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Yes, session suspended for 1 minute.
President, I move for the previous question, Mr. President.
Yes, on the position of, on the point of order made by Senator Escudero, the point of order is well taken. And to answer the manifestation or the request of Senator Coco to refer it back to the committee, the matter, for the record, has been previously acted upon and disposed of at that time. So that is the ruling of the chair. Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
As I stated earlier, Mr. President, this concerns a very specific bill, different in content than the first one. So I appeal the ruling of the chair.
If you appeal the ruling of the chair, then we
Then we
divide
should
the House.
divide the House, Mr. President.
Yes. So those who are in favor of the appeal of Senator Coco to remand the committee report back to its committee, please raise your hand. To remand the committee to the committee on government corporations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So those who are in favor of the appeal of the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and Zambales, please raise your hands.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You're in the middle of voting, sir.
I know, but I would like to raise another point of order. We should be voting on the ruling of the chair with respect to the point of order that raised that the motion is not proper.
Okay.
And not on the motion of Senator Pimentel.
We made an appeal. The thing is, I already ruled upon the motion.
Yes,
of-
and my understanding is Senator Pimentel appealed the ruling of the chair.
So it's
Yes.
the ruling of the chair, Mr. President, that we are voting right now.
Okay. My
No.
apologies. Withdraw. I will withdraw the initial vote. So it is the ruling of the chair. Those who support the ruling of the chair, please raise your hand. Those who do not support the ruling of the chair, please raise yours. So there are two votes against my ruling and 16 votes in favor. So appeal is lost. Majority leader.
Mr. President,
Yes.
to be consistent with my vote, for the record, when you rephrase the motion as the motion, the ruling of the chair, right? I raise my hand, Your Honor, because I want to support the chair. But I would have otherwise abstained if it would phrase a different way because the Committee on GOCC is chaired by my brother, Senator Alan. And to be consistent with my vote a few months ago, I abstained also in deference to him because I know he would have been very happy to also hear this bill making no comment on anything else. That's all, Mr. President. But my vote stands, just to explain for
It is
consistency.
sibling love.
Yes.
Yeah, sibling love.
That's a good way, Mr. President, to remind us that she was the only one who abstained, Mr. President, during that time.
At that time, yes. But she voted with us today.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to avail of the remaining hours,
I think it's 10 minutes left.
the Deputy Minority Leader would like to
Yes.
deliver another contra speech, Mr. President.
Our senior deputy minority floor leader is recognized.
May we recognize the
Yes.
Deputy Minority Leader, Mr. President.
As I mentioned, the senior deputy minority floor leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President, pero sa dami po namin sa minority, deputy lang po talaga. But salamat kaayo. I would have wanted, if allowed, to interpellate the turno en contra of the minority leader, but that not being possible, iubusin ko na lang po yung natitira nilang 10 minutes sa kanilang
Will
turno
you
en
reflect
contra.
that before you start, ma'am?
Yes, Mr.
We'll ask you to
President.
reflect that on the clock. Would you put 10 minutes on the clock, please? Thank you.
Of course, yung unang nasabi ni Majority Leader na remaining hours, tatanggapin ko rin naman po kung ibibigay ng plenaryo. In any case po, Mr. President, I'll just make of record some of the many questions I would have raised to the Minority Leader in interpellation kung pumwede sana po yun. Beginning with this, I would have said to the Minority Leader, the sponsor disagrees with you and tells us that Maharlika will not generate more debt. On the contrary, the sponsor says that the capitalization we would put into the MIF would be the basis and could be leveraged to attract and deploy more resources for our development needs. How can we understand this great divergence of thinking between two, obviously, intelligent people? Are you, Minority Leader, merely being pessimistic, inattentive to opportunities, or suspicious of the experts who would be recruited to run Maharlika? My second question to the Minority Leader, Mr. President, would have been this. I appreciate the candor of the sponsor. When I revealed the information yesterday that it was the GSIS president himself who originally proposed the Maharlika Fund to the President. Dahil po, Mr. President, the sponsor basically said, what's wrong with that? He explained that high returns must often be secured through being exposed to higher risks, and success in such ventures is secured by having the brightest technocrats giving you guidance. You reminded us in your turno en contra, Minority Leader, that the first ever version of the Maharlika Bill sought the biggest contribution from the GSIS, a whopping 75 billion pesos. And what's wrong with that, Minority Leader? Would you agree that it would be unpatriotic of us if we would not harness the money of our pension funds in the service of our domestic infrastructure development and commercial goals? And then, Mr. President, I would have asked the Minority Leader about what he cited on page 4 of his turno en contra, that there is a recent development which is also procedurally objectionable based on the Constitution. When he cited that there is a power granted to the President under Article 6, Section 26, open parenthesis 2, close parenthesis of the 1987 Constitution, which reads as follows, and in part, except when the President certifies to the necessity of its immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency. And then the Minority Leader said there is actually no public calamity or emergency right before our very eyes, which could be addressed by the Maharlika Bill. How could a fund with promised benefits to be felt 10 to 20 years from now be the answer to an existing public calamity or emergency? Who can answer that? So I would have asked the Minority Leader to further describe why, therefore, this is a misapplication of that power granted to the President under Article 6, Section 26. Next, Mr. President, I would have asked the Minority Leader his own thoughts about whose idea was the Maharlika Investment Fund. Where did this idea come from? Saan ba nanggaling ito? Is it possible that we are doing this as a favor to a businessman who has access to the ears of the powers that be, whose business or bottom line has been hit by the downturn in the world economy and thus would need a new client? And he expressed the hope that we will hopefully know the identity of this big-time influencer in due time to finally answer this nagging question, where did this idea really come from? Next, Mr. President, I would have asked the Minority Leader a lot of follow-up questions about his descriptions on where the money for sovereign wealth funds come from in the first place. He cited oil-rich countries like Norway, Russia, and countries in the Middle East who put up their SWFs from their money from oil sales. He cited Kuwait, which established its fund in 1953 and currently has over $500 billion in assets under management. He further cited the Abu Dhabi funds and the Saudi Arabia funds, which also established their SWFs backed up by their oil wealth and oil sales. Most dramatically, he cited that Norway struck oil in its EEZ in the Ecofisk field in 1969, and only 12 years later, or around 1981, after a dozen years of discussion, established its SWF. He described that the Norway SWF is supervised by its central bank, and the parliament, the legislature, supervises the choice of the managers, and that the fund invests very conservatively and only outside Norway. Most importantly, perhaps for us, Mr. President, as an Asian legislature, the minority leader narrated how China, Hong Kong, and Singapore also have SWFs, but they got their funding from their excess reserves from the Asian export boom. In short, they had and continue to have trade surpluses. Why is this important, Mr. President? Because just a few pages later, the minority leader described our situation in the Philippines. Not an export boom, not a trade surplus, but indeed our trade in goods deficit, which is in the amount of $40 to $60 billion a year. Kabaliktaran po talaga, Mr. President, at this point in time sa mga bansang China, Hong Kong, Singapore, nung kanilang itinatag ang kanilang sovereign wealth funds. And then our trade deficit, it was, the minority leader said, at $58.3 billion for 2022, more than double the $24.6 billion recorded in 2020. So may downward trend pa po in terms of our trade deficit. Again, the opposite direction in which we should be moving kung katulad ng China, Hong Kong at Singapore nung kanilang itinatag ang kanilang sovereign wealth funds, and therefore were enabled to establish those SWFs. Following that, Mr. President, the minority leader cited that Singapore's Temasek managed the windfall it got from the properties left behind by Singapore's former colonizer, Great Britain. Wala po tayong ganyang klaseng windfall, Mr. President, from any properties left behind to us by our former colonizers, not Spain, not the United States. And speaking of the United States, Mr. President, the minority leader cited that the state of Alaska has the permanent fund created in the 1970s when they struck oil, something which we have yet to do, even in our exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea. Then, Mr. President, the minority leader cited Chile's SWF, funded by the sale of mineral resources, primarily of copper. Samantala, ang Botswana naman po, sa Africa, ang kanilang SWF backed up by the sale of diamonds. None of these fortunate circumstances, Mr. President, obtains in the Philippines right now as we contemplate setting up the Maharlika, Mr. President. Ano yun? Mr. President, I will be sending a closing statement in the... Sorry, Mr. President. I need to take... may I pause for about a minute? And I think the minority leader would like to interject to my using up of his remaining 10 minutes, Mr. President.
Mr. President? Yes. Just,
Please go ahead.
we will follow procedure, but my colleague in the minority posed some questions. Under the rules, am I supposed to respond to the question, Mr. President?
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I have yet to see anything under the rules that turno and contra is subject to interpellations or asking questions. And that's the main reason why when we terminated the period of interpellations, we are aware that the next part of the procedure is to open the period of general debates. And we are now in turno and contra, Mr. President. And so after the turn of the contra speeches, we will entertain if somebody is going to speak for and behalf of the measure that being deliberated upon. I submit, Mr. President.
Since there are no members who wish to speak for on behalf of the measure, then we close.
Mr. President,
We move to close. Yes.
maybe I have 1 minute left from the
Oh,
10
yes.
minutes of the minority
Please continue
leader.
with
I
your
will
one-
just close my using up of his 10 minutes in turno and contra.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. So, for all the reasons stated by the minority leader in his turno en contra and the questions we were able to raise to the sponsor in interpellation, I stand before you as well to express my deep concern and opposition as well to the Maharlika bill, specifically Senate Bill 2020, which aims to create a sovereign wealth fund for our nation. While the intentions behind this bill may seem noble, I believe that it is crucial to critically examine further the potential consequences and implications of such a fund before we proceed any further. As mentioned yesterday, the creation of the Maharlika Fund will outlive us. First and foremost, let us consider the issue of transparency and accountability. The creation of a sovereign wealth fund, as proposed in the Maharlika bill, raises questions about the proper management and oversight of the funds. The alleged mechanisms in place are not sufficient to protect the billions of public funds that will be used for this purpose. Without robust safeguards, there is a risk of mismanagement, corruption, and the misuse of public funds. We must prioritize transparency and accountability in any financial endeavor of this magnitude. The establishment of a sovereign wealth fund diverts resources away from pressing domestic needs. As emphasized by our esteemed minority leader, and with which I concur, our country faces numerous challenges that demand immediate attention and investment, such as education, healthcare, infrastructure development, and poverty alleviation. By channeling a significant portion of our national wealth into a sovereign wealth fund, we run the risk of neglecting these urgent priorities and failing to address the urgent needs of our citizens. We must prioritize the well-being of our people over the accumulation of wealth. Additionally, it is important to consider the economic impact of the Maharlika bill. While a sovereign wealth fund may provide some economic benefits in the long run, we must not overlook the potential risks and downsides. The sudden injection of large sums of money into the economy can lead to inflation, which erodes the purchasing power of the average citizen. It may also distort market dynamics and create imbalances that could have unintended consequences for our economy as a whole. We must carefully assess the potential risks and weigh them against the perceived benefits before committing to such a drastic measure. We must exercise caution and consider the potential consequences of such a move. We must prioritize transparency, accountability, and the immediate needs of our citizens. The creation of a sovereign wealth fund should not come at the expense of neglecting pressing domestic needs, risking economic stability, or compromising our international standing. Let us pursue policies that promote the well-being of all Filipinos and ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for our nation. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague, Senator Rizon Taveros, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no more speech on en contra, I move that we close the period of general debate, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the period of amendments, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Sorsogon, Senator Chis Escudero.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to make a manifestation by way of amicus curiae, in order, as a friend of the Senate and of Congress, to make of record, perhaps fatal procedural and substantive mistakes that we may be committing but can still correct prior to the final approval of this measure by both houses of Congress. Let me begin, Mr. President, by placing on record the provisions cited earlier in the committee hearings and in the debates. Article 12, Section 16 of the Constitution states, "The Congress shall not, except by general law, provide for the formation, organization, or regulation of private corporations. Government-owned or controlled corporations may be created or established by special charters in the interest of the common good and subject to the test of economic viability." I submit, Mr. President, that the creation of any GOCC has three requirements. Number one, it must be through an act of Congress. Number two, it must be for the common good. And number three, it must pass the test of economic viability. Now, Mr. President, insofar as having a special charter is concerned, that is clearly complied with by an act of Congress should this be passed. Number two, that it is for the common good. This was discussed, Mr. President, in the CONCON debates, wherein someone asked, is it okay to organize a government-owned and controlled corporation that will compete with the private sector? Or shall we limit government-owned and controlled corporations only to perform those functions that the private sector cannot or is not willing to perform and is for a stated public purpose, such as providing utilities or utility services or social services that the private sector don't find to be profitable enough for them to do themselves? Mr. President, clearly, the intention of this sovereign wealth fund is to perform functions that the private sector is already performing now. But it still has a governmental function, but might have to be clarified in the provisions of the measure. And third, Mr. President, Your Honor, the test of economic viability must be passed as well. Mr. President, I would like to place and insert into the records the CONCON debates with respect to this phrase when it was inserted by then CONCON delegate Ople, when he described it by saying, GOCCs cannot be created as a rule but only as an exception, and they must pass the test of economic viability. This particular, Mr. President, CONCON debate clause was quoted by the Supreme Court in the July 2006 case of the MIAA versus the Court of Appeals, wherein they specifically explained and cited that Congress must evaluate and must be able to decide that indeed the creation of the GOCC passed the test of economic viability. I would like to submit to the records as well, Mr. President, the entire case and ratio decidendi of the 2006 MIAA versus CA case for reference. Now, Mr. President, I submit that the document supposedly complying with the test of economic viability is not compliant with the demands and requirements of the Constitution. Senator Coco Pimentel, our minority leader, earlier said it is a prejudicial question. My position, Mr. President, is that it is a condition precedent before we vote on and approve and create this GOCC. I would like to insert and place into the record as well, Mr. President, for reference, the 3-page document submitted in compliance supposedly with my demand to submit a test of economic viability entitled Business Proposal for the Maharlika Investment Fund, together with a covering letter dated 21 February 2023 addressed to the Honorable Mark A. Villar, signed by the Treasurer of the Philippines, Rosalia V. De Leon. Mr. President, Your Honor, I submit that it is not compliant because all it talks about is investment in securities and equities. When the DBM Secretary in the newspaper today said that they will be investing in the 194 infrastructure flagship projects of the administration. So clearly, this document is already insufficient, incomplete, because it does not discuss the economic viability of investments in these infrastructure flagship programs, which might not have any ROI. Now, let me place for the record, Mr. President, exactly what is meant by test of economic viability. If I may quote, the term test of economic viability refers to a method of evaluating the financial feasibility of a certain business idea or project. This test assesses whether a particular project has the potential to generate enough revenue to cover its cost and operate profitably. Typically, the test of economic viability involves analyzing the market demand, competition, profit margins, operating costs, and other financial factors that affect the success of the proposed venture. The test of economic viability is often used by investors, lenders, and other stakeholders. In our case, Mr. President, a requirement imposed by the Constitution. I submit, Mr. President, that it is insufficient because the business proposal for the Maharlika Fund did not even include in the computation the 2% overhead cost of the MIC in running the fund. Further, Mr. President, if I may quote, meaning of test of economic viability for a sovereign wealth fund. The test of economic viability for a sovereign wealth fund refers to the assessment of whether the fund's investments and operations are financially sustainable and profitable in the long term. This involves evaluating the fund's ability to generate returns that meet or exceed its financial obligations, such as paying dividends to the government or supporting the country's economic development goals. As I stated in my interpellation before, what is the rate of return of the mandated government agencies that we required to invest in this fund? To continue, Mr. President, the viability test usually involves analyzing various factors, such as the following: size of the fund, investment strategy, governance, diversification, risk management, and returns. It should also take into account the size of our economy vis-a-vis other economies so that we would be able to find out exactly if it will be economically sustainable and feasible. Mr. President, I submit that there is still time for us to comply with the constitutional requirement in order to avoid constitutional scrutiny and the possibility of this law being struck down for being non-compliant with the condition precedent required and enshrined in our Constitution. I do not fault anyone, Mr. President, Your Honor, because this is a new provision inserted by the framers of the 1987 Constitution and not found in the previous constitutions of 1935 and 1973. Quite frankly, there are only two cases that made mention of this, but did not even define exactly what it should contain. This government has an opportunity, Mr. President, to actually define it. Not only define it, but also specify who is supposed to prepare it. The document submitted, Mr. President, is not even signed. Although it has a covering letter, it is not even signed. And although our National Treasurer, Ma'am Leah, is competent in what she's doing, I doubt if her office is the one that should be doing this test of economic viability short of the NEDA itself, or even through the NEDA ICC. Henceforth, Mr. President, when we create another GOCC, we would be asking the same questions, and it would be proper, I guess, for us to settle this early. I will not be the one to go up to the Supreme Court to question this, Mr. President, but should someone do so, I think, and I look at it as an opportunity to clarify that provision of the Constitution so that the Senate and this Congress may be guided accordingly with respect to its future actions and how we should go about creating new government-owned and controlled corporations. Thank you, Mr. President. I submit.
Thank you very much. We take note of your manifestation and place it on record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Period of amendments is open.
Individual amendments. I mean, individual.
May I ask for
Mr. President, with no committee amendments, I move that we open the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
so the motion is to open to close the period of committee
Committee
amendments.
amendments and open.
And we
period-
move, there's a motion to open the period of individual
amendments.
amendments. There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the distinguished Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar, for his
Our
individual
distinguished
amendments.
Deputy Majority Floor Leader is recognized. And may I ask the Secretary to give me a copy of the committee report? Session suspended for 1 minute because we are requesting for documents with line numbers. These particular ones don't have, so session suspended.
Session, President.
My dear colleagues, we are in the period of individual amendments. We shall do this the way we've been doing this the last 3 Congresses, which is basically we will start amendments page by page. So those of you, my dear colleagues who have amendments, please make sure nakabantay kayo. You're watching and making sure the page, the number, and the line, so that if it's not read by the sponsor, if you had submitted the amendment to the sponsor and it's mistakenly or for whatever reason not read by the sponsor, you may stand up and propose the amendment. But we will go page by page. May I ask those who have amendments who are still in the lounge to please come back to the floor so that we do not have to go back to the pages that were already approved. So, Majority Leader, shall we recognize?
Yes, Mr. President, I move for the previous question, Mr. President, as we already opened the period of individual amendments, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar.
Our distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader and sponsor of the measure is recognized, Senator Mark Villar.
Mr. President, before I present my individual amendments, I would like to thank our colleagues for their helpful and fruitful participation in refining the provisions of the proposed Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. As a result of our interpolations and after further individual scrutiny of our substitute bill reported in our committee report, this representation would like to present the following as my individual amendments to the bill. For the first amendment, first paragraph of section 2 on declaration of policy. On page 1, line 3, under section 2 on the declaration of policy, after the word to and before the word create, insert the phrase generate, preserve, and grow national wealth, so that the new first paragraph of section 2 will read as follows. Section 2, declaration of policy. It is the policy of the state to generate, preserve, and grow national wealth, create jobs, promote trade and investments, foster technological transformation, strengthen connectivity, expand infrastructure, and achieve energy, water, and food security. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendment is approved.
Our second amendment is in the third paragraph of section 2 on declaration of policy. Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague, Senator Legarda. On page 1, line 11, insert a new paragraph which states, the state further recognizes the country's natural capital and its role as the basis for the economy. Hence, the need to ensure its integrity and measure its contribution in national income accounting to improve decision-making and investments in conservation and protection of natural resources and biodiversity. The old third paragraph of section 2 will now become the new fourth paragraph of the same section. I so move, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Before you move to the next amendment, I would just like to remind the Secretariat to take note on this, and if possible, as soon as we leave the page, print it out so that we'll have a clean copy immediately, once all the pages have been read and approved. All the amendments have been read and approved, so that we have a clean copy for everyone to review. Please proceed, sponsor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Third amendment, section 3 on the definition of terms. Inclusion of the definition on divestment. On page 2, line 11, insert a new section 3C, which shall be read as follows. C, divestment is the transfer of title or disposal of interest in property by voluntarily.
Wait 1 second. This is on page 2.
This is section 3 of the definition of terms, page 2, line 11.
Okay, so are there any more amendments on page 1? I just have to be sure and clarify. Are there any more amendments on page 1? There are none. Therefore, let's proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So on page 2, line 11, insert a new section 3C, which shall be read as follows. C, divestment is the transfer of title or disposal of interest in property by voluntarily, completely, and actually depriving or dispossessing oneself of his right or title to it in favor of a person or persons other than his family and relatives. The old section 3C, which refers to the founding government financial institutions, shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Your Honor.
Are there any, oh, there's a Senator
Just-
Pia Cayetano's
Just
question.
style. Did I hear right, Mr. Sponsor, that you said the word is that,
Divestment is
is, yeah.
the
So for
trans-
consistency, all of your definitions state refer to. So if you'd like to be consistent, may I suggest you just use the word refer to or refers to,
Yes,
because everything is refers to. Thank you.
yes, your
Subject to style, subject to style.
Subject to style.
We take note. There any objection to the amendment of the gentleman from Las Piñas? There being, Senator Angara is recognized.
No objection. In fact, I support the amendment, Mr. President. But wouldn't it be better if we state the degree of relation, whether it's consanguinity or affinity, and to what degree? When you say family or relatives, because that's very general. I don't know, just maybe I'm supporting it, Mr. Sponsor, but maybe it's better if you decide what degree your
Fourth degree of
fourth
consanguinity
degree or
and,
whatever.
what was it, but you're the lawyer, Your Honor, maybe we'll ask you for the legal terminology.
Well, in terms of marriage, the reference point is fourth degree, if that's any
Fourth degree.
relevance.
I think even with, when it comes to provisions which are conflict of interest, it's up to the fourth degree of,
Maybe we can check, Your Honor, and if I may suggest we go back to it, let's check banking laws
Can we-
and the like, Your
But I
Honor.
think we have to finish this page also because.
I think we have to finish page by page. Mahirap.
Well, then we'll wait.
So what is the?
Why don't we choose a number for fourth degree, and but ask some researchers to double check what is the common usage.
I'm in front of me are a battery of lawyers. So these lawyers. Fourth degree of consanguinity and affinity. What is that, from the Constitution?
Yes, consistent courts.
In the Constitution, it's fourth degree of consanguinity and affinity.
What is the proper language for this?
Within the fourth civil degree.
No, the language of the.
Will that be accepted, that amendment to your amendment?
Yes, we accept the amendment.
Okay, subject to style. It is accepted.
Fourth Amendment, Section 3 on the definition of terms. In brackets, inclusion of the definition on regular director. On page 2, line 17, insert a new section, 3E, which shall be read as follows. Regular director refers to a director appointed by the President of the Philippines who shall serve in the board full-time and shall not hold any other public office during their tenure unless otherwise provided under this act. The old Section 3E, which refers to the Maharlika Investment Corporation, shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the amendment? Amendment approved.
Mr. President,
Yes.
not on this amendment, but I notice we're showing it. Can it be typed in? If it's long, then maybe give us a copy. If it's short, it's like I even missed the.
I have with me with me the list of amendments that he's reading.
Kami wala
Can we
po.
give it to the members? May I ask for 1 minute suspension? Guys, give him a copy. I believe all the members were given copies of the draft amendments being read by Senator Villar. You don't have a copy. Can you give her my copy? Can you give the good Senate President Pro Tem the copy? Okay, please proceed, Secretary, Senator Villar, sorry. The
Okay lang,
DPWH,
sanay.
formerly of the DPWH.
Okay, Fifth Amendment, first paragraph of Section 4 on the establishment of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Your Honor, this is a combination of my amendment and the amendment of our colleague, Senator Legarda. On page 2, line 32, after the word "as" and before the word "vehicle," delete the word "a" and instead insert the word "the sole," the sole as S-O-L-E. On page 2, line 35, after the word and before the word "poverty," insert the word "accelerating." On page 2, line 35, after the word "trajectory," replace the period with a comma and insert the phrase "while ensuring ecological security." So the new first paragraph of Section 4 will read as follows. Section 4, Establishment of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. There is hereby created a corporate body to be named as the Maharlika Investment Corporation. The MAC shall act as the sole vehicle for the purpose of mobilizing and utilizing the MIF for investments in transactions in order to generate optimal returns on investments, ROIs, while contributing to the overall goal of reinvigorating job creation and accelerating poverty reduction by sustaining the economy's high growth trajectory while ensuring ecological security. I so
To
move,
the
Your Honor.
amendment, Your Honor.
Yes, Senator Cayetano?
Yes, I understand this is Senator Legarda's amendment, is that correct? So
Yes.
with the permission of the sponsor and Senator Legarda, instead of the last two words, ecological security, can we use instead sustainable development, which encompasses more than just ecological security? Would that be acceptable?
Yes, of course, I agree, whether it's ecological security, sustainable development, it's broader, I agree.
Yes, that is
Accepted. So the last line will read, while ensuring sustainable development. Okay, there being no objection, subject to style, motion is approved.
Okay. And now I think, and now we're going to page 3.
So no other amendments on page 2, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleague. If there are no more amendments on page 2, we proceed to page 3.
Page 3. Tingnan natin anong line. Anong line?
Sixth Amendment, second paragraph of Section 4 on the establishment of the Maharlika Investment Corporation.
We know, Mr. President, what line is the...
I'm about to state, okay. Yes, Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague Senator Angara with some modifications from this representation. On page 3, line 3.
Mr. President, to your amendments, Mr. President, line 2, if I may.
Line 2. Please, with the permission of the sponsor,
The
please
permission
proceed.
of the...
Yes, please, yes.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 2, after the word act, add the phrase and other laws, rules, and regulations. Thus, the provision would now read as follows. The MIC shall govern and manage the fund in accordance with the objectives and purposes set forth in this act and other laws, rules, and regulations, and it shall adhere to the Santiago Principles and other internationally accepted standards of transparency and accountability. That is our proposal, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, we accept. I
Thank
accept.
you. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's duly accepted, no objection. Motion is, the amendment's carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague Senator Angara with some modifications from this representation. On page 3, line 3, after the word accountability, insert a proviso which states that, provided that the MIC shall coordinate with all relevant institutions to ensure harmonization of policies. So that the new second paragraph of Section 4 shall read as follows. The MIC shall govern and manage the fund in accordance with the objectives and purposes set forth in this act, and it shall adhere to the Santiago Principles and other internationally accepted standards of transparency and accountability, provided that the MIC shall coordinate with all relevant institutions to ensure harmonization of policies. I so move, Your Honor.
Um, the amendment made by Senator Joel Villanueva, is it the same amendment that you just amended or
No, it's a different amendment.
different line?
Different. This is page 3, line 3, after the,
Fine, there's a double mention of Santiago Principles. Nag-double mention yung Santiago Principles.
Can someone check?
Because it was mentioned on line 2 already. May I ask for min suspension so that the sponsor of the First Amendment can approach the sponsor? Please continue.
okay, so that the new second paragraph of section 4 shall read as follows. The MIC shall govern and manage the fund in accordance with the objectives and purposes set forth in this act and other laws, rules, and regulations, and it shall adhere to the Santiago Principles and other internationally accepted standards of transparency and accountability, provided that the MIC shall coordinate with all relevant institutions to ensure harmonization of policies. I so move, Your Honor.
So both amendments already incorporated. There being no objection, the amendment's approved.
Can we have can I request for a minute suspension?
Session suspended. My dear colleagues, Majority Floor Leader, the situation is there are a new set of amendments preceding this ones that we have already approved. Unfortunately, it was given us in a Google Drive. So what they're proposing, the Secretariat, because it will take a while for them to print. While they're printing it, if we can start already, they will flash it on the screen. If it's acceptable to all.
Yes, Mr. President, this representative was able to talk to most, if not all of the members present here today, physically present here in this August chamber, and majority are agreeing, Mr. President, that
Okay.
we can proceed while waiting also for the
Yes.
hard copy, Mr. President.
Yes. So again, we'll go page by page. So we were last at page 3. So please proceed, Your Honor.
Page 3.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So Seventh Amendment, Section 6(2) on preferred shares under capitalization and initial funding.
Can we, again, Mr. President, ask our sponsor to mention what page and what line, Mr. President? so we
I'm
can
about to
all-
do that. I was just about, as in, yeah.
Say right away,
Oh, sige.
Yeah.
On page 3, line 33,
That's why, Mr. President, we have anterior amendments, Mr. President. Page 3, line 5. If I may, Mr. President.
Page 3, line 5. Please proceed.
Page 3, line 5, Mr. President. This representation is proposing on page 3, line 5 to delete the words "and correspondence." Thus, the provision would now read as place of business. The MIC shall have its principal place of business in Metro Manila, but may maintain branches, agencies in such other places within and outside the Philippines as the proper conduct of its business may require. I'd like to put on record, we have talked to our resource persons from the Treasury, if I'm not mistaken. It is a banking-related concept, Mr. President, and is therefore not applicable to MIC. Because in the 2018 implementing rules and regulations of RA number 9160 or the Anti-Money Laundering Act, correspondent banking refers to the provision of banking services by one bank called the correspondent bank to another bank called the respondent bank. And so I propose that amendment, and I
Raise
hope
the
that it is
sponsor.
we will submit, Mr. President, to the body.
yes. I accept, Your Honor.
Mr. President,
Okay, the lady senator from Panay and the Fair Public,
go ahead.
Ma'am Risa, raised her hand ahead.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. This representation was actually not one among the members whom the majority leader talked to about while we're waiting for the new printout, just to use the screen. So I did not object, and so in principle I accepted. Kaya lang po, there's no screen. So I think we have the same sentiment and manifestation. So may we please have at least the screen, or failing that, yung
We can
printed
have the
copy
screen,
na
Your
po.
Honor. We can have the
Yes.
screen.
We had the screen
Mr.
earlier.
President, nawala po yung text sa screen. So there's nothing for us to follow.
I think they usually give one screen on one side for the amendments and just the other.
Both
Mr.
screens
If
don't
there's
show
none, then we
anything, Mr.
suspend.
President.
Session
Salamat
suspended
kayo,
and
Mr.
this is
President.
technical difficult.
Alin? Oh, bago.
So this is the difficulty that we're having, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues. The Google Drive given to us, apparently to the Secretariat, is a growing document kasi as they speak, while we're amending, the staff of Senator Mark are also amending. So dumadami yung, it's a moving document. That's the problem. That's why we cannot print it. So let's do what we always do. In all our debates and amendments in the floor, there will be a clean copy, as we have here, which is the committee report. The sponsor will read it. We have to listen to it carefully. If we have no objection to the amendment is carried, and then we continue. At the end, we get a clean copy. And then we review the clean copy. We can go back and correct if we need to after the clean copy is printed, so that we don't have to delay the process. So I recognize a majority leader
Thank
because
you.
I think he'll make an amendment to his amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, just to clarify some things and finalize the introduction and proposed amendment, Mr. President, on page 3, line 5, delete the words correspondent and put the word "and" before agencies. And so the provision would now read as follows. Section 5, place of business. The MIC shall have its principal place of business in Metro Manila, but may maintain branches and agencies in such other places within and outside the Philippines as the proper conduct.
Yes, I accept.
Duly accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please continue, Senator Mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. On page 3, line 33. On page 3, line 33, after the word thereof.
Are there any amendments though before line 33? Senator Rafi has an amendment before line 33. We recognize with the permission of the sponsor.
Yes, of course.
We don't have to go back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I include the following amendments? On page 3, lines 28 to 30,
Please proceed.
as well as reputable private financial institutions and corporations, provided that no single private sector shareholder shall directly or indirectly own more than 5% of the authorized capital stock. On page 3, line 28, after the word GFIs, insert the phrase, except SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA Fund, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Pension Fund, and other government social welfare entities. On page 3, line 30, delete the word further between provided and that. The provision shall now read, preferred shares of 1,250,000,000, equivalent to 125 billion pesos, to be made available for subscription by the national government, its agencies or instrumentalities, GOCCs or GFIs, except SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA Fund, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Pension Fund, and other government social welfare entities, provided that preferred shares shall be non-voting, non-participating, non-convertible, and may be issued from time to time by the Board of Directors in one or more series, specifying the relative rights, preferences, and further limitations thereof. The explanation is, the purpose of the amendment is to ensure that the ownership of the Maharlika Investment Corporation shall lie exclusively with the government, including its GOCCs and instrumentalities. This is consistent with the characteristics of sovereign wealth funds, that they are owned and managed by the government alone. This way, we can allow investments from private sector to the Maharlika Investment Fund without giving up ownership and control, beneficial or otherwise, of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Likewise, it prohibits government social welfare entities such as CSSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA Fund, and Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Fund from buying shares in the Maharlika Investment Corporations, which are supposed to be allocated for the benefit of its contributors, the Filipino people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Cayetanos recognized.
Mr. President, before the sponsor reacts, I just like to mention that there's a number of us who have a very similar amendment and in a different place. So that's so I can make that I can make the proposal so the sponsor can determine where it is best located because it's the same amendment as Senator Tulfo. Similar.
Likewise, Mr. President, this representation would also like to introduce an amendment, but it's actually in section 6, which is capitalization and initial funding. So
Maybe you can ask
I will submit to the wisdom of the body as to whether or not we'll do it on page 5, line 13, or page 3, line 25. But I don't think, Mr. President, I submit to the body.
Your Honor, if perhaps we can ask this good senator based on these, good Senator Rafi, if that would be sufficient for him, because I think there's a similar, maybe that would be acceptable to Senator Tulfo.
Your Honor, yung sa akin kasi, may dagdag po na Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Pension Fund. Yung sa others ata,
I think yung, ang ibig sabihin po nila is kung sa placement lang.
Oh, okay.
Placement lang.
Yeah.
Actually, there's also an amendment to that na kasama po yung OWA, yung lahat ng funds na yan.
Okay.
Are you, may I ask the body, particularly the sponsor, is it proper to put this, we get the idea, and
Yes,
we are
Mr.
all very
President.
supportive.
Okay.
Pero dito ba yan sa section na ito? O dun sa section?
Well, I think the other section is broader because that encompasses the use. This one encompasses the capitalization, but the other section encompasses the use. So it's a broader. If I can suggest, we can add. Sorry, can I finish?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, the one in charge is the one,
Yes.
the floor
Can
recognized.
if I can suggest, maybe we can include the government institutions mentioned by Senator Rafi in the section that was referred to in the amendments of our other colleagues later on.
What is the pleasure of the body? There's a Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before we make this proposal transportable, Mr. President, may I ask the proponent of the amendment, Senator Tulfo, with the permission of
Yes, please
Senator
proceed.
Villar, the mention of the and other government social, Mr. President, and the mention, Mr. President, of and other government social welfare entities, may we know the exact meaning of this for purposes of clarity? Will it include PCSO? Are there other government agencies involved in social welfare activities?
Thank you, Mr. President. Anything that contributes to the Social Welfare Fund and PCSO, yes, it's included. Your Honor.
So perhaps we might as well name or specify said entities for purposes of clarity. PCSO, there are other
PAGCOR, di ba? PAGCOR.
PAGCOR, enumerate na ho natin.
But is that, I think the finance managers wanted to use part of PAGCOR's investable income. So, and I know there's no objection from my majority leader because it's a gambling agency, obviously. So,
Maybe ask them
do you want to limit it na lang, Your Honors, to SSS, Pag-ibig, GSIS, yung OWA funds, and then one mention yung pension, ano yung isa, yung binanggit niyo po,
Philippine
Senator
Veterans Affairs Office
Philippine
Pension Fund.
Veterans Affairs Fund.
Office Pension Fund.
Office Fund. Baka we can limit to that na lang. Anyway, ito yung mga contentious agencies. If that's acceptable to the body, without having to add the word and other social,
And other government
social welfare funds. Could be limited to that. Session suspended. So the status is we're in this Section 6, pay line 28 to 30. We'd like to recognize the sponsor of the amendment, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I believe he's going to make an amendment to his amendment.
Sige, boss.
Okay, Mr. President, we'll just, I'm just going to get rid or delete the word "and other government social welfare entities,"
And the rest will remain. Your
and the rest will remain.
I'll ask the sponsor to react, please.
Yes, I accept,
Subject to style.
subject to style.
Accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo.
Okay, on page 3, line 33, after the word thereof, insert the statement, "For this purpose, a single private sector shareholder's interest includes the direct or indirect shareholdings in MIC held by the shareholder, as well as those held by the corporation, its subsidiaries, affiliates, and related parties that are owned or controlled directly or indirectly by the shareholder," so that the new section 6.2 shall read as follows. 2. Preferred shares of 1,250,000,000, equivalent to 125 billion pesos, to be made available for the subscription by the national government, its agencies or instrumentalities, GOCCs or GFIs, as well as reputable private financial institutions and corporations.
But you passed Senator Tulfo's amendment. So,
Yes.
yes. So what happens is GOCCs or GFIs except the ones mentioned by Senator Tulfo.
Yes.
Except GSIS, SSS, Pag-ibig, OWA, PhilHealth, and Veterans Fund. So we have to include that in your amendment.
Yes.
So what we can do, when you read the paragraph, Your Honor, my dear sponsor, maybe you can limit it to the line that you're going to amend. So without having to read the whole paragraph,
Okay,
because
okay.
we're going backwards.
Yes.
And then you're missing out the amendment of the author. So please repeat the amendment in which line? Line 33 or line 30?
Yes, so I'll repeat the amendment. For this purpose, a single private sector shareholder's interest includes the direct or indirect shareholdings in MIC held by the shareholder, as well as those held by the corporation, its subsidiaries, affiliates, and related parties that are owned or controlled directly or indirectly by the shareholder. I so move, Your Honor.
And incorporating the amendments of
Yes,
Senator Tulfo.
incorporating the amendment.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Subject to staff.
Subject to staff.
Okay.
Page 4.
Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague, Senator Angara, with amendments.
Is this on page 4?
Yes, this is on page 4, lines 2 to
May I just
16.
ask my colleagues, no more amendments for page 3? Okay. So page 4, please proceed.
On page 4, lines 2 to 16, after the word dividends, delete the entire section from lines 2 to 16, starting from the word "for" and ending with the word "warrant." Replace it with a new paragraph, which shall read as follows. For the first and second fiscal years upon the effectivity of this act, 100% of the BSP's total declared dividends, as computed under RA number 7653, as amended by RA number 11211, also known as the New Central Bank Act, shall be remitted to the national government for the capitalization of the MIC in the amount not exceeding the 50 billion peso initial subscription of the national government to the capitalization of the MIC under this section, provided that the Monetary Board may recommend to the President of the Philippines the reduction of BSP's dividend contribution to the MIC whenever economic conditions may warrant. Thereafter, the dividends of the BSP shall be remitted to the national government to fund the increase in capitalization of the BSP in accordance with Section 2 of RA number 7653 as amended by RA number 11211. I so move, Your Honor.
Is there an amendment to that amendment?
But, Mr. President, I also have,
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is it in the same paragraph that he
it's
has?
the same paragraph, Mr. President, except that mine is to remove the BSP, Mr. President. So just to be more accurate on my proposal, Mr. President, on page 4, lines 2 to 6, delete lines 2 to 16, delete starting with the phrase Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas until the semicolon, and renumber accordingly, Mr. President. And let me just, Mr. President, with your permission, let me just justify my proposal, Mr. President. To ensure that the BSP increasing capitalization will be fully realized at the earliest possible time to strengthen the institution given the growth of the banking industry through the years. This is also to maintain the credibility of the BSP, as when RA 1121 was passed, the Congress was made to believe the urgency of the increase in capitalization. Diverting the funds which were supposed to fund the capitalization of the MIC will set a bad precedent for future legislation when BSP is involved. Further, recapitalization of the BSP can become necessary in the course of various monetary policy easing and tightening cycle. Thus, we need to ensure that the BSP financial position remains sound under future conditions of US Fed and BSP easing and US recession.
I'd like to suspend session for 1 minute. status is, sorry, session suspended for 1 minute. The status is there was a proposal on on line 2 of page 4 by the good sponsor and the amendment to the amendment of Senator Gatchalian, which basically was to remove the whole, to delete the whole section I. We'd like to recognize the majority.
Yeah, Mr. President, this is just a rejoinder, and as part of our interpellations in this particular measure, this representation reminded the body that we voted on RA 11211, which is the new Central Bank Act as amended, which increases the capitalization of BSP from 50 billion to 200 billion. The reason for the increase, Mr. President, is to capacitate the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas to meet shocks, Mr. President. And so I just wanted to put this on record, Mr. President, that for consistency, we just wanted to put on record that this is also our position, and we submit to the wisdom of the distinguished sponsor of the measure. Thank you.
Maybe ask the sponsor to reply.
Yes, Your Honor, we discussed, I appreciate the comments, and we did discuss this issue during interpellation, and the BSP and has already said that they are willing to defer, and this is acceptable to them. And the economic team has already expressed that the dividends, it's a priority for them that the dividends received from the BSP be used for the Maharlika Investment Corporation. So I do not accept the amendment.
So we thank the gentleman from Valenzuela for his previous motion, but the sponsor does not accept. And I'm happy also that the gentleman accepts, he's not accepting it. Thank you. So let's proceed, Your Honors. Next amendment.
Yes, Page 4. Uh, oh no, we read this already. Yes. Your Honor, can I ask what was what is the previous,
We just amended the
amendment that
Bangko
was
Sentral of the Philippines dividends, section I, all the way to line 2 to 16. So what is your next amendment, Your Honor?
Page 5. So we're on page 5 now.
So now we're on page 5.
So there are no more amendments on page 4? Are there any amendments on page 4, my dear colleagues? Senator Legarda, Senator Cayetano, Senator Angara, no amendments on page 4? If there is none, we proceed to page 5. Please proceed, Your Honor, your sponsor.
Yes. So Ninth Amendment, Section 6 on capitalization and initial funding. On page 5, delete the proviso from lines 1 to 5, which states, provided that the foregoing contributions shall be subject to the automatic review of the Secretary of Finance every 5 years, taking into consideration the adequacy of the fund in relation to the objectives of this act, the fiscal condition of the national government, the condition of the investing GFIs in relation to their exposure to the fund and the overall economic environment. I so move, Your Honor.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
What's the rationale for removing this? It appears to be a protective measure to me, but I may not be following it well.
It was during the deliberations that this provision was questioned by, I don't remember.
So it's an amendment by whom, may we ask? Was it a proposal by a colleague of ours to remove?
This was discussed, Your Honor, this was discussed during the interpellations where it was brought, I tried to get the, who it was. But someone said that this is unnecessary. I remember, if my memory serves, the argument was this is unnecessary. Why they were questioning why is there a need for every 5 years when probably this fund will already have been fully funded way before the 5 years. So this would be unnecessary.
Any comments from my dear colleagues? If none, we will accept. Yes.
Okay, tama naman.
There's a comment from our dear colleagues.
Wait.
Senator Legarda? Session suspended 1 minute.
Your Honor, I believe I read the proviso from lines 2 to 5, and I moved to delete the proviso. There's a motion, I believe, on page 5 to delete the proviso from lines 1 to 5, and I move for its deletion, Your Honor.
There's no objection to the motion to delete. There being none, motion's accepted. I believe there's a proposal to replace it with another proviso.
Later on, what page? Because we're still on,
I'm in section 7 and there are antecedent proposals, Your Honor.
we are still on page 5, Your
Alright.
Honor.
Therefore, please continue. You're now, you've
Yes,
now.
we're on page 5, line 23, the 10th Amendment, section 6.
Line 23, there are no ulterior amendments to line 20, before line 23. There are several raising their hands. One by one, we'll start with Senator Bato de la Rosa. Which line, sir?
This concerns, Mr. President, page 5, line 13 to 14. You already mentioned line 20, right? So,
Yes,
so I have to sound off so that hindi to maiwan.
yes.
It's okay
fine.
with the good sponsor.
Yes, please proceed.
Please proceed, Senator Bato.
Yes. On page 5, lines 13 to 14, last paragraph of section 6, replace the phrase requested or required to contribute with the phrase used to fund.
How will that read, sir?
Used to fund.
Yes, please read the line. How will it read?
Page 5, lines 13 to 14,
So you will
last
replace the
paragraph
word.
of section 6.
Last. Yes, yes. Senator Cayetano is recognized. Used to fund.
Mr. President, I just have to confer with Senator Loren because we have a similar amendment. Are you on?
Used to fund, okay.
Actually, Mr. President, can we ask for a minute suspension because this representation has a proposed amendment in the same line, the same page, Mr. President, just to confer with each other.
Maybe, yes, maybe you can harmonize each other's thoughts
If we
on the
can do
same
that,
line.
Mr. President.
Session
Thank you,
suspended.
Mr. President.